Independent television, Television.
IT's television channel made great use of regional dialect and relied on methods of animation abandoned by Walt Disney in 1920.
From the studios of Tynetees.
Tynetees Television, Channel 8.
The 15th of January 1959 and
Tynetees Television, Channel 8. Tynetees Television, Channel 8. Tynetees Television, Channel 8.
Made great use of regional dialect and relied on methods of animation abandoned by Walt Disney in 1920.
There in the north.
Within its...
By contrast, an outside broadcast from Stockton's Fiesta with Norman Lee.
Tonight sees one of the biggest changes to broadcasting in the region since the introduction of colour television in 1960.
You're watching Timepiece at 10 o'clock, news time at ITN.
This is Tynetees Television, broadcasting to the north of England from the Pontop Pike, Bilsdale and associated transmitters of the Independent Broadcasting Authority.
Excited, and this is Tyne's television broadcasting from Billsdale and associated transmitters. And I was like, wow!
Can you remember that?
Wow, this is...
You're watching Tyne Tees. Now, the final 2-hour episode of Tanamera, Lion of Singapore.
Too good to miss. You're watching Tyne Tees Television this Wednesday evening, the 18th of July. In half an hour's time, we have 1 hour of Magnum with Tom Selleck, right after Coronation Street. Serving the north of England, this is Tyne Tees. In half an hour's time, the regional news, right after ITN's News at 10.
Now on Channel 3 North East, Spider pushes Rita too far in Prisoner Cell Block H.
Now, Club Nation focuses on the club and dance music scene.
You're watching Tyne Tees Television, broadcasting on Channel 3 in the North East.
You're watching Tyne Tees Television across the North East and North Yorkshire.
In Coronation Street.
on down. It's Bruce's Price is Right. Now Leanne is increasingly desperate for cash in Coronation Street. You can see highlights of tonight's FA Cup action at 11:30 in the big match. You're watching ITV.
Crisis, because it's a huge network.
Now our late movie, it's 20 Chicago and the Gangsters Reign. The Untouchables contains strong language and scenes of violence throughout.
Now, many apologies, but nearly 15 minutes later than planned to look back at another long, hard season in a North East football special.
We'll be calling into the Cafe Sport in about 10 minutes. First on Tyne Tees, Sunday's North East News.
Well, Eric Robson rubs shoulders with ghosts and uncovers the secret of 2 forgotten communities in treasure houses on Sunday evening at 5:45.
The doctor says to me,
Now on Yorkshire Television, a three-way match to find the winners of this week's Sporting Triangles.
Hello, good morning to you, and a very happy Christmas from me, Paul Lally, and from all of us here at Yorkshire Television on this lovely Christmas morning.
You're watching Yorkshire Television for night entertainment and lots more. And now look at the week's press stories.
This is Yorkshire Television, your station on the ITV network. Years ago, a rather unusual New Year's resolution was made. World in Action investigates.
At 8 o'clock, the bill are disrupted by the arrival of a loudmouthed ex-policeman. But first, 3D with Julia Somerville.
Mary Goldring analyses current trends in crime and prosecution. That's at 1:10 1. Now, including morning worship, is Sunday Live.
Now on Yorkshire, we journey to Shortland Street.
Now, John Stalker investigates an unsolved murder which, against a background of inquiries into nuclear safety, has possible sinister overtones. In Network First.
Now on Yorkshire, a survival training weekend for the junior lifeguards in the last of the present series of New Baywatch. Now we catch up with events in Summer Bay in Home and Away.
On Yorkshire Now, a moral dilemma for a priest in Murder, She Wrote. On ITV2 now, Holidaymaker. Here from 12:35, 2 hours of sport. Now it's news time.
1999 has a few surprises for everyone now.
a surprise for Jack and Vera, and Martin finds life is like a game of chess. One false move, and you're mated.
Mark Knopfler conducts a masterclass at 11:45 tonight, but now a seasonal calendar with Krista Ackroyd and Mike Morris.
You're watching Yorkshire Television. Now the day's news from Calendar, presented by Krista Ackroyd and John Shires.
Ian has a startling proposal for Sharon now in Coronation Street.
ITV's on the way, but first, news when you need it most. Stay with us for Woody Allen's bittersweet comedy drama Manhattan with Meryl Streep, Diane Keaton and Mariel Hemingway. That's in around 15 minutes from now. Life in the Big Apple turns decidedly sour for Woody Allen now in Manhattan, which contains...
We apologise to viewers in certain areas who have been experiencing interruptions to programmes. This is due to adverse weather conditions. At 7:30 here on Yorkshire, Mel B and Linda Barker discuss the changes in the textile industry in Remember This. But now the road to romance is fraught with problems in Emmerdale.
From Thailand with Love. But what will the price really be? That's Husband for Sale, tonight at 7:30. Back to this afternoon, and now on our menu, Susan Brooks is your referee in the cook-off.
On Thursday at 7:30, our new series, A Dog's Life, looks at how the National Canine Defence League finds new homes for stray dogs in Yorkshire. But now on ITV1, time to call Dr. Jane. Martin Kemp stars in our new drama series, Family, starting tomorrow at 9:30. But now it's time to join Jane and Jury.
From the north, this is Granada, transmitting from the northern stations of the Independent Television Authority.
One Granada programme that was both cheap and important to Sydney was What the Papers Say. One Granada programme that was both cheap and important to Sydney was What the Papers Say.
And it too announced its regional origins with a swagger.
Saying from the north, as if they owned it, still looks positively defiant today.
That continue. If it ever moves.
Five, 4, 3, 4, 3.
Tonight's World in Action deals with conditions in a mental hospital. Some people may find this distressing.
"54 years.
World in Action.
54 years. 54 years.
You're looking in on Channel 9, Granada.
Thank you for calling. This is the Granada phone answering service. As your request will be recorded, please say your name, address, and phone number if possible, and spell out the street and town, then give the advertisers you are interested in. Please speak slowly and clearly.
This is Granada. Well, we must apologise to you for a break in transmitting tonight's programmes, which began at 7 o'clock. And for all Coronation Street fans who've been waiting for the latest developments in the street, and particularly between Mike Baldwin and Deirdre and Ken Barlow, our particular apologies. But at the same time, our assurance that you won't miss anything, because tonight's episode will be shown next Wednesday night at 7:30. That's the usual Coronation Street time. Now, the rest of tonight's programmes are as advertised, beginning in a few moments' time with Quincy, investigating a plane crash at sea and discovering, to his horror, that the 97 people aboard died needlessly. At 10:30, Celebration evokes the life and works of Thomas de Quincey, whose existence was torn between agony and ecstasy by an enduring addiction to opium. Born in Manchester, de Quincey became a best-selling writer with the publication of his famous work, Confessions of an English Opium Eater. He's been called the Harold Robbins of his time. That's in Celebration at 10:30. Our final programme at 11:25. Here's another case for private investigator Joe Mannix. So those are our programmes for the rest of this Monday evening, and once again, our apologies for any inconvenience you may have been caused by our inability to transmit during the past 2 hours. And now, Jack Klugman as police pathologist Quincy.
This is Granada. Now, Clive James on television.
Musical celebration for Granada's 30th birthday. It begins this Saturday.
This is Granada. Back now to Fen Street for a comedy classic.
And Granada Television, based in Manchester, thought they had the perfect man for the job.
But now Alistair Burnett and Sandy Gall bring us tonight's news at 10. This is Granada.
This is Granada, and now Ian Holmes stars in A Tale of the Unexpected.
Well, now, can you spot those who will tell the truth?
ITV is brought to you by Granada.
Now an update on the situation in the Gulf from ITN's Richard Bath. And before this afternoon's film, Granada News.
On Channel 4 now, Nuns on the Run. This is Granada.
Coronation Street last night?
At 12:30 there's ITV, but now here's this week's chart show.
Now on Granada boxing with the WBC and IBF Light Flyweight Championships.
Now the story of one secretary and her ambition to be a Wall Street smash. Here's the programme looking at comedy, especially in the Northwest.
Spot the difference. 3 weeks ago, Granada were using this logo, and now they...
You're watching Granada, your local ITV, TV from the heart. Coming up at 9, DC DePauli confronts a grim dilemma on the job in Liverpool 1. But first, dilemmas of a different kind in Fat, the documentary.
Switch to this one. This is more than simple cosmetics. It's all part of a carefully planned strategy. Most of the ITV companies have recently changed their logos to say they're part of one.
The Sports Zone is on ITV2 now. Here, it's Emmerdale.
Now, classic comedy with Eric and Ernie, Morecambe and Wise.
Keeping you entertained here on Granada in half an hour, Emmerdale, followed by the film classics The Secret Garden and Superman. But first, Granada News.
A very good afternoon to you. Now, all the news that's important to us from right around our region.
In easier. Regional ITV1. It's the business.
Is ITV1. First with the region's news. This is Granada Reports.
It's The Bill in half an hour, right after a trip down memory lane. With Joan Bakewell, Dave Spikey and Tom O'Connor. It's 100 years of family life on The Way We Were.
Celebrity gossip, king entertainment, Christmas present buying. We've got the lot. It's a brand new series of The Afternoon Show.
A new age dance class doesn't go down too well in Celebrity Fit Club at 8. But first on ITV1, we're launching this year's lottery project to help you improve your local community. It's the People's Millions.
Packed hour of news and Olympics at 10 o'clock. The film tonight at 11, not 10:30 as you may have read, The Yellow Balloon, a rather special little creepy with Andrew Ray and Kenneth Moore. Live Olympics at 12:25, all on London Weekend Television, and it's still only Friday.
Over it, I please.
In 1968, big changes were going on behind the scenes at ITV.
For us, they're just memories.
Weekend this Sunday, a varied and exciting evening of entertainment. At 7:25, McGarrett tackles an unusual...
You're watching London Weekend Television, which began broadcasting 34 years ago. Well, this is sadly our last weekend. From tomorrow, there's a new look to ITV1. Well, I've personally enjoyed my 15 years with you, so on behalf of the whole team at LWT, this is Glenn Tomset saying thank you for watching, and do join us for a short farewell tribute in 1 hour. In the meantime, Melvin Bragg with LWT's award-winning art series, The South Bank Show.
Good evening and welcome to LWT, your weekend ITV. We'll be on the air from now throughout the weekend until close down on Sunday. Our new season entertainment begins this weekend and we'll be bringing you all the new programmes published in TV Times.
Away from the harsh realities of inner city life, LWT continued to provide viewers with Saturday night.
Good morning and welcome to LWT.
A very good evening to you and welcome. This is London Weekend Television, part of the ITV network.
This is LWT and the Friday action film, To Live and Die in LA.
And our movie next this afternoon is the classic wartime adventure, 633 Squadron. Now, Anna Maria Ash and Angus Scott with London Tonight.
You're watching LWT. And now, The Clive James Show.
A garage and a kitchen get the Better Homes treatment next tonight as Carol Vorderman and the team head for Maidstone.
The regional news from London Weekend Tonight is straight after the break.
Managed to win a further licence period. Within a decade.
Right now on LWT, to get us into the party mood, Andy Peters is here with a very special birthday edition of The Weekend Show.
As London has prepared for the new millennium, LWT celebrated its 30th anniversary.
Now on LWT from Earl's Court Arena, the Brit Awards 2000, which does contain some strong language.
There's a prize for Best Kept Station, and Blue Watch will go to any length to win it next tonight in London's Burning. And just a reminder, at 10:45 tonight, it's the South Bank Show Awards with all the stars of the art spectrum. You're watching LWT.
And in 40 minutes, basketball from the United States, NBA 2000. This is LWT.
But next, the latest news here in the LWT region on London Tonight.
Well, this is my very last announcement here on LWT. It's been a pleasure to have announced for this great station for more years than I can remember. But sadly, it's time for me to say goodbye. So this is Trish Bertram saying for the very last time, this is LWT.
The first image to be broadcast was the station ident.
Became popularly known as the coat hanger, but it was in fact a representation of an oscilloscope.
The original Ulster Television logo connected up all the major cities and towns in Northern Ireland. UTV's famous son remembers it well.
The reason I remember it is
And I hope you enjoyed tonight's movie. Next from Ulster Television, our Friday matinee, where at 2:45, Tom Adams as Charlie Vine finds where the bullets fly. This spy spoof is at 2:45 on Friday.
For the station's 21st anniversary in 1980, a brand new ident was born.
Well, we were always very and that silver was used in producing.
Now, the start of a new week, a new look. This is UTV. O'clock.
Now on UTV, an escaped convict turns Julia's life upside down as Alfred Hitchcock explains.
Consider advertising on UTV. UTV, the best catch.
Double trouble for the Olsen twins now on UTV in Our Lips Are Sealed. We've a double helping of Coronation Street again tonight on UTV, the first one in a few seconds and the second at 8:30 after the Tonight programme at 8 o'clock.
Now on UTV, a series of news bulletins featuring the events of the very first Christmas week, reported as if they were unfolding now.
And Coronation Street is coming up in half an hour on UTV and again at 8:30 with the Tonight programme presented by Trevor MacDonald at 8 o'clock. Now Emmerdale.
Good morning and a very warm welcome from all of us here at UTV. We look forward to your company today and we hope you enjoy the scheduled programmes.
Our very own Owen Quigg has made it to the X Factor final, but will he win? Don't miss it tonight at 7:10 here on UTV. Now though, we cross to London for the national world news from ITV.
Next, the bill and a seriously dangerous kidnapping for the detectives at Sun Hill.
We now join ITN for a full roundup of today's national and world news. You're watching UTV. It's almost 13 minutes to 5. Here on UTV we move into our late lineup at 1:45 AM, and taking us up to that, our late movie now is the military drama Jarhead.
very good morning, everyone. For those eagle-eyed amongst you, you may notice that we're looking a little different. This is your new look UTV, and to set us up for the day, here's the very latest news, views and opinions on Good Morning Britain.
Later this evening, Stephen Mulhern is your host for the game show Catchphrase. That's at 6:45. Now on UTV, it's Little Big Shots USA.
In the 1950s, the 20 most watched programmes in the country were all on ITV. Two London companies, Associated Rediffusion and
In the 1950s, when the IBA watchdog was a mere puppy gumming on a teething ring, and the only qualification required to become...
Associated Rediffusion presents...
Put the word international in there somewhere.
In a few seconds, the rediffusion production This Week, The Arts. But first I'd like to mention that there'll be...
By the end of the 1950s, the 20 most watched programmes in the country were all on ITV.
Company, using the initials ABC, was the first to be awarded a franchise by the ITA. Now, when this company won 2 contracts, an impossible situation.
Motto.
It was a London-made programme that was the channel's first...
Because I knew he couldn't do without.
Supercar!
It was a London-made programme that was the channel's first.
ITV presents...
Because I knew he...
He went into making big-name entertainment shows like Sunday Night
and ITV were at the heart of the new channel and would play a starring role in its success.
Founded ITV. He made a lot of shows for the American networks.
This is not Channel 4.
We had a villains that ATV, okay, here it is one last time, had been consigned to history, even if that meant a total rebrand, both on screen and off.
There was
somebody missing.
Who? You're here?
I'm here.
I'm here?
Yes, we're hearing your
Foggy.
telly.
Where's Foggy?
Foggy's not in your telly.
The programme you are about to see is a dramatised reconstruction of certain events which took place in the Arab world between 1976 and 1978. We've been asked to point out that equality for all before the law is regarded as paramount in the Muslim world.
ATV's in-colour logo remained unchanged until it became central in 1982, heading up network favourites like Crossroads and Tiswas.
ATV name has got to be changed. The IBA wants proposals within a month, or it'll reconsider the contract.
And talking...
This is Border Television, broadcasting to Cumbria, South Scotland, the Isle of Man and North and West Northumberland, from the Colbeck, Selkirk and associated transmitters of the Independent Broadcasting Authority. This is Border Television, broadcasting to Cumbria, South Scotland, the Isle of Man and North and West Northumberland, from the Colbeck, Selkirk and associated transmitters of the Independent Broadcasting Authority.
Been described as a super colossal science fiction pantomime. It smashed box office records all over the world, and it's said to be irresistible. It's our film now, Star Wars.
Now on Border, we are replacing our Roger Whittaker concert with a tribute to Freddie Mercury, who died earlier this week. The talent and excitement that he brought to the stage with Queen is remembered as we take you back to 1987 for Queen, The Magic Years.
And that's followed at 9:30 by Chris Tarrant on television. Now though, on Border we join ITN.
Good morning and welcome to Programmes on Border. In just a moment, Supermarket Sweep, but first, here's Richard.
Border for the best view of the region.
At 6 o'clock tonight here on Border, the region's news in Look Around. First though, time to join John Suchet at the studios of ITN. We join Vanessa in 25 minutes here on Border. That's after a trip to
This is ITV1. Looking for something to do?
Thames was outbid by Carlton Television, the broadcasting and media services company.
Carlton has already been involved in television facilities and production at a high level.
Carlton, television for London.
You're watching Carlton.
Now, The Last Vampire, the first of two new feature-length mysteries for Sherlock Holmes.
This is Carlton, television for London.
In an hour, prisoner cell block H. First, international rugby. Exclusive highlights from today's match between Southland and the British Lions.
So, chain letters here on Carlton, right after Home and Away.
You're watching Carlton. Soldiers in half an hour. First, is it legal? The last in the present series.
Where do ticket touts get their supplies? The answers may well shock you. The investigators trace tickets from the street to one of the most respected businesses in Britain. That's tonight at 7:30 here on Carlton. Wednesday night, 8 o'clock, that can mean only one thing.
Now on Carlton, our holiday morning movie, the delightful animated version of Watership Down.
Birmingham office on 0121 643 9898.
If ITV is the heart, Carlton is the star of the ITV network.
The service designers provide certainly doesn't come cheap, but the stakes are high. The B Network brand work for one of the regional companies, Carlton, in London.
Central is taking on the name of its parent company, Carlton. From next week, the station will be getting a new name and a new look.
ITV, it's Wish You Were Here.
This is Carlton. Now we continue to reflect on today's events in the capital with London Today. A reminder tonight at 8:30, peak practice and more problems with the new nurse. Now time to spin that wheel.
Don't miss the main event, The Brits, tonight at 8 o'clock. This is Carlton. Now, as someone once said, love is in the air. It's time for Crossroads.
This is Carlton. Now out of our galaxy of stars, Mark Hamill, Harrison Ford and Carrie Fisher in Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back, Special Edition.
Well, this is it. After 17 years with you here in the Central Region, this is my very last announcement. So from me, Ted May, all that remains is to say good night and goodbye.
You're watching ITV1 Carlton for Central England. Now it's time to check with the newsroom and the latest from Central News.
It's a long way from the early days of ITV in Wales.
When ABC Television.
Armchair Theatre was an ABC network production from Manchester.
Of ABC.
Already well established in the entertainment industry through its subsidiary Associated British Cinemas and its initials ABC.
Now, when this company won 2 contracts, an impossible situation, Television Limited, thus bringing into our vocabulary the now famous
Welcome to Central. Welcome to adventurous viewing. Late night, that's... Welcome to adventurous viewing. Welcome to Central.
You could call it Central or Central.
A dirty, sloppy, wild animal.
On New Year's Day 1982, a star was born. Well, more of a globe, really.
Independent television was born.
Welcome to 1982. Welcome to Central.
Not to worry though, because this globe, or sun, or moon, or UFO thingy would show them...
Welcome to 1982. Welcome to Central, a new name in British television, with a fresh approach to the east and west of this dual region. To begin the new year, let's take a look at some of the programs we'll be seeing that is the symbol that identifies Central. And the specially written new music you're hearing is the music that will open and close Central every day. This is Central.
At 9:25 a.m. on Friday the 1st of January 1982, Central Independent...
Good morning. This is Central, which provides your programmes on the Midlands transmitters of the Independent Broadcasting Authority.
A New Year's taste of the kind of programmes you'll be seeing on Central. And our team of announcers will always keep you informed of programmes to come. This...
It's Wednesday the 2nd of January. A very good morning to you from Central. Just before our first programme this morning, a look ahead to this evening.
A look at the weather forecast now. After some rain at first, the night will be mostly dry. Clear periods will develop, letting the temperatures fall to a cool 6 degrees Celsius, that's 43 Fahrenheit, by dawn. Tomorrow morning will be dry and fairly sunny once any mist has cleared. And one or two showers may develop in the afternoon, but these will die out by the evening. Temperatures will rise to around 15 degrees Celsius, 59 Fahrenheit, that's by the afternoon, with just a light wind. And the outlook for Wednesday and Thursday, mostly dry with sunny and clear spells, some ground frost at night. And that's the latest Central weather.
"1983 was a very good year. A year when a star appeared in the east.
Full of Eastern promise.
A year... Starting on Channel 4, there's part 2 of Quest, the Bio Bombshell. Here on Central, it's the return of Gloria Hunniford along with special guest June Whitfield and Terry Scott in the quiz We Love TV. And now Central presents the second premiere of the evening with a new comedy series, South of the Border.
Exciting new entertainment on Central, the one to watch.
Next tonight on Central, it's the welcome return of Bruce Forsyth, guarding the pack and dealing out the questions in a new series of Play Your Cards Right.
Central, the one to watch.
And the film this evening on Central is the Kirk Douglas star movie. It's an all-action western, and it's called Man Without a Star.
A big welcome back to the village folk of Beckendale and a new series of Emmerdale Farm coming up next tonight on Central.
Tomorrow will be cool with temperatures up to 15 Celsius, 59 Fahrenheit, and the outlook for the weekend mostly dry with some sunshine, and that's the latest weather. This is Central, the one to watch. This is Central, the one to watch.
Andy Bevan, ITV News.
That, as you may have gathered, was a change to the advertised programme Clough's Golden Oldies, which will be back as normal next Sunday at 5.
And it's curtain up on the Bretts at 11:30 on Sunday night. Back to tonight, and Kojak follows these news headlines from ITN.
This is Central.
Stirring stuff, and we've more stirring stuff for you now in Magnum. This is Central.
Shouldn't leave a dry seat in the house. Until then, from us all, a very good night. And sleep well. Good night.
Now on Central, we've time for an addition to our advertised programmes. To take us up to the news, it's a music box profile of Run DMC.
Callan is the first of 5 classic British series of the last 20 years, starting this Monday at 9. You're watching Central. It's time for the late evening ITN News.
hit usually means that movie technology has expanded yet again. Roger Rabbit is a prime example, as you can see now in Roger Rabbit and the Secret.
Sticking their hard-worked station logos under the ITV wing, with their proud symbols reduced to unrecognisable pennants.
And will Detective Chief Inspector Wexford solve the crime in the conclusion of No More Dying Men? Watch it on Central tonight at 7:45.
In an hour's time, the first in a new series of Saturday Night at the Movies presented by Tony Slattery. But first, the Secret Policeman's biggest ball.
Now on Central, Jekyll and Hyde. There are some very different methods of detection in Taggart the Movie, later on Central at 8:45. But now we've comedy. Rowan Atkinson stars in The Trouble with Mr. Bean. The worst oil platform disaster the world has known is recalled now in rescue.
You're with Central. It's time now for Entertainment UK.
Now on Central, the final episode, Prisoner, Cell Block H. And we're definitely single tomorrow on Central because there's comedy in the first of a brand new series of singles. That's at 9:30.
30. But now the question is, what's been happening today in your area? Here with all the answers is your local Central News team.
In expressing their views, some of the participants in this programme use explicit language.
30. Judith Chalmers is off to the island of Mauritius later on Central at 7 o'clock. Talk about Strike It Lucky. The Vision Thing is on Channel 4, while on Central now, Nikki Campbell hosts the revolutionary quiz show, Wheel of Fortune.
Play! Now on Central, Les Dennis introduces two more clans hoping for a family fortune.
You're with Central ITV.
Time now to find out where the stars stay in Skegness.
This is Central ITV, and now it's time for the latest news from our part of the world.
Harlech experimented with this stroboscopic logo in an attempt to induce mass epilepsy in their viewing audience on the principle that any reaction to their programs was better than none.
This is Harlow, which provides your independent television programs, broadcasting on the transmitters of the Independent Television Authority.
But hold fast. We have another dreadful logo this week belonging to yet another student TV station. This week... But hold fast. We have another dreadful logo this week belonging to yet another student TV station. This week...
But now it's time to welcome our younger viewers to HTV programmes. In a few moments we'll be bringing you another adventure with Noddy, followed at 12:10 this afternoon by more fun when we meet Geoffrey, Bungle and Zippy in Rainbow. In today's programme, Peter Egan will be telling us a special story, Fang the Fiery Dragon. That's Rainbow at 12:10. But now we meet the little bloke with the bell on his hat, Noddy.
On HTV, watch this space.
Students have revenge in mind now on HTV and Campus Cops.
Now on HTV, Robbie Coltrane stars in the dramatisation of Robert Louis Stevenson's classic
the ebb tide.
Inhale the French seaside air now on HTV with the darling buds of May.
HTV, the launch. Remembering magic moments on HTV.
Our film Confidential can now be seen at 1:55. But now on HTV, half an hour later than billed, our film The Comrades of Summer, which contains strong language. In an hour, the A&E team are pushed to the limit, and that's just what's happening to the castaways now on HTV. Who can the survivors trust?
Starting over on ITV2 now, Sheena. You're on HTV, today's top stories of the day in the ITV Weekend News.
We play Wheel of Fortune in half an hour. First on HTV, a shocking discovery for Shona. You're watching HTV on Wednesday the 31st of May. Good morning. Trisha opens today's viewing with the topic, You're a Mum, Not a Pop Star. First on HTV, a look ahead to later tonight. You're watching HTV on Thursday the 8th of June. Good morning. We've a variety of entertainment today, starting with Trisha. Her topic is I Want My Old Wife Back. First though on HTV, a look ahead to later tonight. Tomorrow night at 9, Richard and Judy host the British Soap Awards. But back to this evening here on HTV, and I suggest you stock up on the tissues for tonight's episode at Lark Hall as we join the Bad Girls.
Television. It could be just the spark you need. To get on TV, get on the phone. Call this number for a free information pack.
Now on HTV, tonight with Trevor McDonald.
This is HTV.
You're watching HTV, a part of ITV1. Good evening. It's 6:30.
Over on ITV2 now, another chance to see tonight's episode of Coronation Street. Here on HTV, The Children from The Sound of Music. At 9:30 tonight, Jack investigates the death of a police informer in A Touch of Frost. Now on HTV, Les resorts to desperate measures, and things go from bad to worse for Eileen as we join the festive activities in Coronation Street.
New Year's Eve ends in tears and desperate deeds in Coronation Street.
Dolly Parton is one of tonight's guests on the Frank Skinner Show at 10:50. Now on HTV we go on the dark side in our movie premiere starring Harrison Ford, The Empire Strikes Back, Special Edition.
You're watching HTV, ITV1 in Wales. Now, Ultimate Questions.
The temperature at Channel is 4 degrees Celsius. It's news time at 4 minutes past 11.
On the island of Jersey, a place so grim it...
The king of the jungle has added another tasty dish to his diet, Homo sapien. Quick and easy to catch, man-eaters in half an hour. And that's that takes us through to the Grimleys at 10 o'clock. After the break, the 150th episode of Heartbeat.
Channel Television, ITV for the Channel Islands.
And that takes us through to the Grimleys at 10 o'clock. After the break, the 150th episode of Heartbeat. Our part in your Monday night entertainment is over. I do hope you've enjoyed our company. Good night and peaceful dreams.
Well, that's it from the Late Shift here at Channel Television. We leave you now with Take the Mic, which contains strong language.
The most popular animal lover in Animal Champions. That's in half an hour after Emmerdale. From Dizzy Des and his guests, we join up with Jack Frost for a chilling tale of murder. A Minority of One at 9:30, taking us through to the news. First, more family misfortunes.
Happy birthday, Channel. 40 years of news, views and giant pumpkins.
At 8 o'clock, more topical reports in Tonight with Trevor McDonald. Right now, though, an hour special of Emmerdale.
Channel Television, ITV for the Channel Islands.
Channel Television in the Channel Islands.
Coming up, the Channel News Hour with your news, weather and sport. First, it's Channel Report.
Channel Television puts your news first. This is Channel Report with Kevin Owen and Jenny Kirk.
Channel Television, committed to the news that affects you. This is Channel Television, ITV in the Channel Islands.
International news.
Here on ITV Channel Television.
It is our coastline, our beaches, and we need to protect them as much as we can.
For me, it isn't just about if the sun's shining or if it's going to rain. It's so much more than that.
This is Channel Television. Time now for Channel Report with Mark McQuillan.
Now on ITV Channel Television, it's the first in our series on 50 years of broadcasting. This programme contains images from old news reports, which some viewers may find disturbing.
Patrick. He stands with the chairman of Anglia Television, Lord Townshend of Raynham. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much.
There's another programme tomorrow.
This is Anglia Television, broadcasting to the east of England on channels 6, 7 and 11 from the Sandy Heath, Belmont and Mendlesham transmitters of the Independent Television Authority.
Time on a wet and blustery autumn day 60 years ago. Anglia bringing commercial television to the east of England.
Which was on a turntable and reflected this lovely bit of silver. So for our anniversary we thought we'd embark on something new. And our film library had been saving
of. It looked like something you could buy in a box of 10. Anglia or Airfix.
Sorry, there'll be no more impersonations of Elvis by me. I've been slipped a fiver by the station engineer, and he hasn't opened his wallet for the last 3 years. The Grand Ole Opry now!
All right, my loves, all right. Stand in line. Good game, good game. Yeah, we want to choose the next spaceman. Oh, you look a nice, healthy specimen. What's your name, Sledgehammer?
In half an hour, Michael Parkinson talks one-to-one with Richard Harris. That's after another tale of the unexpected.
And whose job is it to apprehend the guilty?
First, slightly more competence is displayed by the bill.
But out of my business, that's the subject on the Trisha programme in just a moment. But first, let's take a look ahead to tomorrow.
Now, Jim Dale plays Spike Milligan, and Spike Milligan plays Spike Milligan's dad in the Saturday Late film, Adolf Hitler, My Part in His Downfall.
Good evening, you're watching Anglia Television.
Anglia, matters seem to go from bad to worse for Jack Mowbray in Without Motive.
It's men!
Now Vice, which contains scenes of a sexual nature.
Part 3 of Catherine Cookson's A Dinner of Herbs in half an hour.
Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, it's the £1 million final of Survivor. But now on Anglia, Kevin Whately stars in the concluding part of Plain Jane.
On stage with the Teenage Stars tomorrow night at 11. But now, the real Red Caps.
It's 6 o'clock. Now, first with the news for your part of the region, Anglia News Tonight.
I wonder if there'll be any Westlife. Brian McFadden's Orange Playlist is at 12:05 here on ITV1. That's after all the week's action involving the East Anglian clubs in Anglia Soccer Night.
Tracing paper, some glue and bits of string. These magnificent cultural icons were apparently voiced by members of the royal family.
Station ident from the early 90s confirmed Grampian's solid position within the ITV family.
Good afternoon, you're watching Grampian Television. Now here's the news from ITN with John Suchet.
Be a
Well, now, Grampian, for some people, Christmas isn't going to be too happy by the looks of things in Emmerdale.
very good Wednesday morning to you. This is Grampian TV. Now before Tricia, in a few minutes, you can watch to win. But first, a quick look ahead.
This is Grampian TV.
This is Scotland.
You're watching STV, and before we continue with bestsellers, don't forget that our final programme tonight is a must for anyone who likes blues music, when Willie Dixon, himself a veteran musical entertainer, looks at up-and-coming superstars of the new generation. That's tonight at 11:25.
You're watching Scottish television on the ITV network.
Be a
Vietnam vet returns from action to discover that his estranged wife has disappeared in suspicious circumstances in our late movie Revenge is My Destiny. That's at 1:20. Right now, though, Ensley League Extra.
Through to Des O'Connor tonight at 8. Steve is running out of luck, while Curly's life takes a turn for the better.
Now we continue our afternoon of sport here on Scottish as we join Nick Owen, who introduces action from the Pearl Assurance British Open Snooker Championship. You're watching programmes for Saturday afternoon here on Scottish. For now, an angel has a problem dealing with an assignment in Love at Second Sight. It's Highway to Heaven.
You're watching Monday's Scottish Night Time, where it's Prisoner Cell Block H in a few minutes after the headlines from ITN.
Well, now in Scottish, taking us through to news at 10, a lesson in life for the new doctor and a patient with a problem in peak practice.
So Seamus takes a lot of the credit for the look. Without him, it wouldn't have been the same job. But you know, we were delighted that he was. We managed to get him. He doesn't often work in Scotland, I don't think. I think he filmed the Slab Boys a few years ago.
Tomorrow night at 9, the Taggart team encounters sinister forces when they investigate the death of a leading spiritualist in a feature-length mystery. Now a mystery for Hercule Poirot.
Chris Tarrant will be here in an hour with star guests including Simon Cowell for a special edition of Millionaire. Taking us up to that, put aside those Christmas cracker jokes, here's Dennis Norton's laughter file.
Well, the regional news comes our way this Sunday lunchtime, but first it's Jonathan Dimbleby.
In Emmerdale tonight at 7, the court makes its decision about baby Christopher's future, and it comes as a shock to both Zoe and Charity. Now though, music from the island of Lewis.
This is STV. We're all together Scotland with a whole new look and all of your favourite programmes. Mum's on strike. Well, vote for that at 1:30. Then at 2:15, we've got Designs on You. All that after the lunchtime news.
Entertaining Scotland for 50 years, this is STV. OK boys, fancy some speed seduction? Join us for Hollywood Lives in an hour. Now though, food is far from Ollie's mind in The Last of Little Devils. This programme contains strong language.
But Coronation Street continues in half an hour on STV. Till then, as Adrian Edmondson finds out, it's showtime in the Dales.
Now, time to catch up with what's on STV with Night Screen.
Now time for all your local top stories. It's the STV News at 6.
Franchise to Meridian.
Meridian.
Good morning and welcome to our programmes for Tuesday. We've Supermarket Sweep in a moment, but first a quick look at what's on this morning.
This is Meridian on Friday the 1st of January 1993.
Now Saturday Night Horror as Jack Palance is Dracula.
Timothy Dalton is James Bond in the movie The Living Daylights. That's later at 8 o'clock. The new recruit is arousing curiosity now in the Bill.
Now Sigourney Weaver stars in the sci-fi horror movie Aliens. This film contains strong language and scenes of violence. Camilla Parker Bowles is the subject of royal portraits at 10:30. Gabby Logan and Ali McCoyce present the best of the weekend's games in the Premiership at 11:20. Now on Meridian, Pierce Brosnan stars in the Bond movie Tomorrow Never Dies. Sean Connery and Michelle Pfeiffer star in our late movie The Russia House tonight at 11:30. Now on Meridian, the Bond movie The World Is Not Enough. New comedy talent in Stand Up Britain at 11:40. Now on Meridian, a look at a British phenomenon, streakers. They're at it again.
Annalee's detective skills are stretched to the limit at 9 when she encounters a deadly problem, though there's very little escaping the attentions of Jeremy Beadle.
That's it.
That's it. Just remains for us
and handed the ITV airwaves to West Country. It started.
Hello, good morning. It's Wednesday, the 11th of August, and welcome to a day of a special live broadcast. Well, what an amazing day we've got lined up for you at 10:30, Eclipse Live, aided by state-of-the-art cameras and expert astronomers. Richard Bath is at Pendennis Castle in Falmouth, and Alison Johns is in Truro. This is the only place for exclusive regional broadcasting. I hope you'll stay with us. Here we go. Eclipse, the final countdown.
There's a roundup of the regional news and sports stories, plus a look ahead to the weekend weather in West Country Live, beginning earlier than usual in half an hour. And that's just enough time to take in some of Beadle's hot shots.
Now, West Country on Monday evening continues in San Francisco with Nash Bridges.
Firstly, Westwood TV, who had started off with high intentions and these words.
And we...
The big...
After Westwood had heralded the start of regional TV in the West Country in 19...
which states that the grandeur of the logo is in inverse proportion to the importance of the TV station. This was Westwood Television's logo.
And the Westwood and Southern companies lose their contracts. In London tonight,
Westwood Television loses its franchise completely to a new group called Television South West Limited, which is promising much more local broadcasting.
next on TSW tonight, Duran Duran, Blue Silver. In the new year, TSW goes traditional with the Roy Pellet Hot Shots. Ian Richardson, Ronald Lacey and Dandy Nichols star in Beauty and the Beast at 4:40 this afternoon. Yeah.
I based the colours on rivers and fields, but it doesn't actually represent anything in particular, but the idea is that through its simplicity, that somehow it stays in your brain. I remember
50.
And in the southwest, a high bid by TSW failed to save its franchise. It lost to West Country Television.
50th anniversary, and she says that her father designed that TSW logo. She says, I remember his hand drawings all over our dining room table.
New company. Although
50th anniversary, and she says that her father designed that TSW logo. She says, I remember his hand drawings all over our dining room table. 50th anniversary, and she says that her father designed that TSW logo. She says, I remember his hand drawings all over our dining room table.
It was supposed to represent green hills and a river, but it left most of us perplexed.
50th anniversary, and she says that her father designed that TSW logo. She says, I remember his hand drawings all over our dining room table. Anniversary, and she says that her father designed that TSW logo. She says, I remember his hand drawings all over our dining room table.
It was supposed to represent green hills and a river, but it left most of us perplexed.
'50th anniversary, and she says that her father designed that TSW logo. She says, I remember his hand drawings all over our dining room table.
It was supposed to represent green hills and a river, but it left most of us perplexed.
It'll be all right on the night, 6.
First Southern Star, in the silent style of 1958.
No flowers or sympathy, please. After all, Southern made how and gave Fred Dinage his break?
And the Westward and Southern companies lose their contracts. In London tonight,
And now, live from the studios of Southern Television, Together.
Living side by
Southern too are thrown out altogether, despite some kind words about some of their programmes. A franchise, says the authority, is not a freehold.
It's been hard work, and more hard work building a brand new £17 million job is to bring a better and better service on TVS for the South and South East.
Gang for another session of lunacy. To take us there, our film Sweeney 2.
Entertainment for Friday night on TVS.
In half an hour, Alistair Burnett will be talking to the Prime Minister in TVI. First, comedy that is completely duty-free. Well, now on TVS we present our big Sunday evening film. Roger Moore stars as James Bond, licensed to thrill, who's assigned to investigate the disappearance of the US-British space shuttle, Moonraker.
In half an hour, Melvyn Bragg presents a South Bank show devoted to the work of dancer Siobhan Davis. And a spitting image of Melvyn Bragg may very well turn up now in the cutting satire that seems to spare no one.
But here on Television South Now, it's time for another adventure with Dempsey and Makepeace, Out of Darkness.
Welcome to TVS. We'd like to tell you about who we are and what we do. Aside from broadcasting on ITV for our region,
TVS.
TVS this Monday. Benson's at 6.
And a very good morning to you. You're watching TVS.
You're watching TVS on Sunday the 27th of November. In 5 minutes, the regional news and weather, but first we join ITV.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4. The TVS news follows after Crosswits, which follows now.
Which ITV company is it? Yours. Throughout the day, every day. Which ITV company is it? Yours.
Just like you, we're making it here in the South. TVS. When TVS is coming together for TVS. Just like it is for you from TVS. World class and you. Just like you, we're making it here in the South. TVS.
Television South point to a strong regional output coupled with quality programmes that regularly make the network.
First on TVS, we've comedy with Fiddlers 3.
And now, from the studios of TVS, we say goodbye to all that.
First on TVS, we've comedy with Fiddlers 3.
companies, London Weekend Television and Thames, took over the London franchises.
Owing to industrial action, we regret that we're unable to show tonight's TVI programme. Normal programmes will resume on Thames at 10 o'clock with the news, followed by snooker at 10:30.
Now the world. Here they are now, Markham and Wise. Come home to Thames.
Works for you.
This is Thames Television from London. Now we join ITN for the news at...
You're watching Thames Television from London.
On Thames Television now, End of Empire in Viewpoint 91.
And we're on the right side of the law tomorrow night at 8 o'clock as well with The Bill. Now, this is where we conjure up a brand new series, the Magic Comedy Strip.
This is Thames Television, now from the studios of ITN, today's national and international news with Carol Barnes and Alistair Stewart.
Now on Thames we celebrate the enthronement of the 131st Bishop of London.
Thames currently provides a third of peak time programmes, so viewers will probably...
It also proved to be a period of upheaval for ITV. The auction of the ITV franchises saw Thames losing out to new...
Thames, a talent for television.
Using such advanced state-of-the-art graphic techniques such as cardboard cutouts.
Now on HTV Wales, Frederick Forsyth's The Dogs of War, starring Christopher Walken.
And this is HTV West News Time at the studios of ITV.
Time now for the national news at the studios of ITN in London.
This is HTV West.
This is ITV1 Wales. Good morning. Hope you had a great weekend. Don't miss Tom Jones chatting to Fern and Philip. That's at 10:30 on this morning. Now though, Tricia. We have a great lineup for you this Sunday night here on ITV1 Wales, kicking off with Emmerdale at 7, then Killer Corrie's at 7:30, where Toya's new man is a big surprise. Now though, it's Destination Llangollen in your century.
Hayley Mills joins Arden Haynes Davis tomorrow at 2:30 for a chat about her prized possessions, while auctioneer Ryan Beach finds some hidden treasures in Milford Haven. Now on ITV1 Wales, from gramophones to plasma screens, life's tidy.
It's 6:30. Good evening. You're watching ITV1 Wales. A very good afternoon to you. The latest HTV news coming up in just a few moments. First on ITV1 Wales, an ITV News Summary. Every afternoon this week at 2:30, fabulous foods from 5 corners of the world will be tantalising our taste buds in Tastes of Wales. Another one, ITV1 Wales, it's time for Tricia.
A roundup of the day's news now. Good evening, this is ITV1 Wales. Rosemary and Time is just starting over on ITV3 now. Here on One Wales we have a change to our advertised programme. We take a look at the tidal wave disaster, Tsunami, an ITV News special.
Charlie's got some explaining to do in half an hour, here on ITV1 Wales.
At 9 tonight, Carolyn Quentin stars in Footprints in the Snow, the powerful dramatisation of the true story of Julie Hill. Good evening, you're watching ITV1 Wales.
Now on ITV1 Wales, the waiting's over. 12 single sexy celebs are looking for love, and you're in control as you get the chance to play matchmaker in Celebrity Love Island.
The animals are a little bit more ferocious in 25 minutes here on ITV1 Wales in the Crocodile Hunter Diaries. First though, we're looking for a new animated superhero.
Well, very exotic animals require very exotic vets, and they're coming up here on ITV Wales at 11:35. Right now, though, it's time to get up to speed with what's going on in Parliament with the Sharp End.
Now on ITV1 here in Wales, the weather is closing in, and that spells big problems for the lifeboat's crew in Mayday, Mayday.
your rights and don't get ripped off by the bad guys. Now on ITV1, we're back with the team Out of Order.
This is ITV1. Now a whole century of change all in one little village. It's another particular parish.
We've changed to tonight's programmes, which means Barely Serious starts at the later time of midnight. But now on ITV1, skipping winter and heading straight for early spring, which suits me fine. Here's Johnny Kingdom.
Grab your partners, it's ITV1, and from Latin American to something far more modern, Dancing in the Dark.
From very humble beginnings to the heyday of big studio productions, we've been at the heart of some of ITV's best-loved programmes. Celebrating 50 years, this is Central, ITV1.
No one survives long in the television jungle without acquiring a thick skin. Among the losers, some were lining up to announce they were...
And that's it. The last ever ITV Nighttime. This is Martin Whedon saying thanks for being with us. Have a happy new year. And for the very last time, good morning and goodbye.
Now, the story behind another one of the world's definitive albums, including never-before-seen footage of the artists and interviews with the musicians. It's a classic album.
You're watching ITV1. All programmes tonight will be subject to further change, but our schedule continues right now with Stars in Their Eyes.
Now, chums, a musical mystery tour of days gone. Remember when life was simple, the songs were great, and we boogied and rocked around the clock? I'll get me coat. Enjoy forever.
Yes, in a candid...
It's Monday, the 28th of October. Good morning and welcome to ITV1. Well, the sketch show is at 10:15. First, though, being on the rough edge of Simon Cowell's tongue can't be very pleasant, but is he really all mouth and high trousers? All is about to be revealed.
Serving the whole of our region, you're watching Border on ITV1. This is ITV1. Now, a roundup of the latest central news.
Welcome along to ITV1 Night Time this Saturday night and Sunday morning. We catch up with stage 13 of this year's Tour de France at 1:55 after an ITV News summary now from Owen Thomas. Triple Eight Girls Aloud and Kelly Rowland are in the CDUK studio at 2:45, but there's 197 kilometres to get through first.
ITV has always produced popular telly, but it insists it's not moving down market.
On the Ball previews today's Euro 2004 qualifiers in 10 minutes. First on ITV1, it's the lunchtime news.
Good afternoon, this is ITV1, where now it's the lunchtime news with Nicholas Owen at 12:30.
Oh, what a thrill.
To advertise on ITV1, call 0870 577 0048 now for an information pack.
And also tonight on ITV1, festive chaos on the wards in the Royal at 8, Coronation Street's before that at 7:30, and in half an hour, all new You've Been Framed. First though, just the thing to escape the cold.
Sometimes family life really can be murder. It's time for tonight's dramatic Coronation Street.
Mark Austin there with an ITV News special. That was a change of programme. Our advertised programme, Mr Bean, will now be shown at a later date.
On the 22nd of September 1955, television in the UK changed forever. 50 years later, this is ITV, the People's Channel.
Jeremy Carl's got more problem solving at 9:25, but now it's GMTV. Classic Clouseau comedy for your Friday night. Our film A Shot in the Dark just starting on ITV3 right now, but here it's no laughing matter for Robert in Emmerdale.
Celebrating 50 years of great entertainment here on ITV1. But how did the stars get their big breaks? One was discovered on the end of a pier, another on New Faces. But thank goodness they were. This is what ITV did for them.
While ITV1 is the leading commercial channel.
It allows us to give some...
Beer and takeaways every day. Oh, there's going to have to be some serious changes. Fat chance here on ITV1 in half an hour.
A dangerous fugitive wants revenge on the witness who testified against him. A slick American drama, Numbers, after tonight's ITV News.
Good morning. If, like me, you've been snuffering and sniffling with hay fever, Dr. Chris has some great tips. Plus, there's also Colleen Nolan. That's this morning from 10:30 on ITV1. But now, the best of Jeremy Kyle. A revenge-seeking gold digger teams up with a Hollywood divorce lawyer, and as time passes, they can't keep their hands off each other's assets. George Clooney and Catherine Zeta-Jones star in the movie Intolerable Cruelty on ITV2 now, and it's on ITV2 plus 1 in an hour.
Good morning, you're watching ITV1 on Saturday the 10th of April. Well, after beating them 7-1 in the Premiership, Chelsea take on Aston Villa in the FA Cup semi-final today, and you can see it live on ITV1 and ITV1 HD at 4:35.
With Stella's life hanging in the balance tonight, Carl wants answers, but his fist might be doing all the talking. Corrie's here at 9, but now it's part 2 of Midsummer Murders.
Good morning from us all at ITV. You may have noticed we're looking a little different today, and it's not just us. ITV2, 3, 4 and CITV have also got a new look. But now, to start off your Monday, it's over to Daybreak.
Jeremy Clarkson is the man who will be asking the questions. More contestants look to make it big on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. It's a brand new series this New Year's Day here on ITV at 9 o'clock. But now it's time for the chase.
Well, good morning, and as a new week dawns, we have another fresh new look here on ITV with resident artist Sutapa Biswas taking on the challenge. To find out more, search ITV Creates for all the details. Now, time to join all the team to kickstart a brand new week on Good Morning Britain.
We've a really good drama for you tonight and tomorrow night with Hermione Norris living every parent's nightmare. It's a mother's son at 9. But now, with some strong language, what's next for Asher in Coronation Street?
Joining the fun in an hour, Rufus Hound, Kirsty Gallagher and Delta Goodrum join Martin and Roman's Sunday Best after the Chase Celebrity Special now. ITV Kids Create is back with some very special ITV logos, combining designs from kids across the nation. Now, Good Morning Britain. Before Good Morning Britain is live at 6, David is in Preston now for Dickinson's Real Deal. Well, here we are with a brand new look for you. Start your day with us now here on ITV1. It's Good Morning Britain.
Now on ITV1, Hugh Woozencroft looks back at the day's action in English Football League highlights.
Paul Clark and the team present highlights from the main county parades and processions in Northern Ireland now in the 12th.